Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. We'd been combing the area around Beaver Hollow for most of the afternoon. The sun was still hanging in the sky, low but sharp, casting long shadows through the pine trees and glinting off the surface of the pond like scattered glass. I remember thinking how still everything felt. The forest had that heavy quiet like it was holding its breath. Our group was 5 strong, part of a volunteer search team, brought in after a solo hiker missed 2 nightly check-ins. It was remote, no real road in, just ATV trails that we'd walked in on earlier that morning. No cell service, no ranger outpost within miles, just forest and water and rock. We had split into 2 pairs, and 1 solo. Jacob volunteered to take the ridge trail that looped around the north side of the pond. He had eyes like a hawk, and a calm head, someone you trusted to move alone. The rest of us circled wide through the brush, eyes down, looking for any sign of broken branch, a piece of gear, maybe even the missing guy himself. The forest was thick in parts, especially near the eastern slope where the underbrush grew in tight coils of laurel. It was quiet, too quiet for the middle of the day. Then we heard it, a sound, clear and sharp, carried over the water and through the trees. A car door slamming shut, not a branch snapping, not something dropping, a clean mechanical slam, metal and air and pressure. We froze, all of us. I was with Dana and Mark, maybe 30 yards apart, fanning through the ferns, but we all heard it. We made eye contact and instinctively turned toward the sound. West, toward the pond, maybe 100 yards off. Dana whispered, "Did you hear that?" Mark didn't even answer. He just started moving, and we followed. There's no road out here. That's the thing that kept looping in my head as we moved closer. No road, no vehicle. Nothing should be able to make that sound unless it was already in the woods. But then, how? We'd have seen tracks, we'd have heard it arriving. That slam wasn't distant either, it was close, way too close. We reached the pond's edge. The water was still, too still. Even the bugs had gone silent. No tire marks, no footprints. Nothing but pine needles and damp earth. Then Dana said it. Jacob's not answering. We'd kept in regular check-in intervals. Nothing fancy, just shortwave radios with a 5-minute ping. Jacob hadn't missed one all day, until now. We tried 3 times, then switched channels. Nothing. No static, no click, no hiss, just dead silence. Mark broke from us and took the trail toward the ridge. He moved fast, like he was trying not to think too hard about it. Dana stayed behind with me, scanning the trail line like something might step out of it. I kept thinking about that sound, that crisp, mechanical snap of a latch catching, like someone pressing down on a sedan door and letting it thump shut. There was no mistaking it, and now Jacob was gone. We called it in, well, tried to, hiked back up the trail until we got a single bar and managed a text. We were told to stay put. Rangers would sweep in from the south access road, hike up from there, might take 2 hours. Mark came back alone, said he walked the ridge trail up and down, shouting the whole time. No sign of Jacob. No response. He looked pale, said something felt off, that the trail didn't look right, that there were no prints. Not even Jacob's, like no one had walked it at all that day. We stayed together after that. Nobody wanted to be alone. The air had changed too, cooler but thick like humidity was building with no rain in the forecast. We didn't hear the sound again. No more mechanical snaps. But we didn't hear anything else either. No birds, no frogs, no wind. When the rangers arrived, we walked them through everything. Mark led them up the ridge, showed them where he'd looked. They found nothing. We searched again the next day, and the next, but Jacob was just gone. No trace, like he stepped off the trail and vanished into the air. And still, no sign of any vehicle. No marks, no trails. Just that one sharp sound in the middle of an empty forest. A noise that shouldn't exist out there. It started with a knock on the glass. I was in records that morning. 3rd floor of the admin building, back where the sun never quite reaches, and there she was. A woman in her mid-20s, hair tucked under a faded knit cap, eyes too wide for comfort. She pointed at the Missing Children Archive sign behind me, then held up a slip of paper. I buzzed her in without thinking. That was my mistake. She said her name was Jennifer Klein. The name meant nothing at first. There are 100 Kleins in the files, but she spoke calmly like she'd been rehearsing. I'm here because I think I'm Amanda Diaz. That name hit like a dropped file drawer. Amanda had gone missing 13 years ago. Disappeared from a county fair just after dusk. 7 years old. Case went cold after the first year. A few false leads. One fruitless dig near a creek bed. Then nothing. Jennifer handed over a tattered photo. A school portrait of Amanda. The original printed from a news clipping. Dog-eared and soft with handling. I look like her now, she said, almost apologetic. Her story spilled out in pieces. She'd been raised under another name in a compound-style community, 2 states over. She used words like gathering house and seasonal silence, like they meant something normal. Claimed there were others. Children brought in over time, told to forget who they'd been. She'd escaped, she said, 2 months ago. Walked for days. Picked fruit for cash. Found the photo online. There was a rhythm to it. Enough detail to make it feel lived in. Enough vagueness to keep questions at bay. I asked if she'd spoken to law enforcement. She hesitated, then said yes. A detective named Bear had interviewed her. I recognized the name. That's when it became real for me. By week's end, Jennifer was national news. Miracle Girl, the headlines called her. The Diaz family didn't speak to the press, but someone got a shot of them walking into the station. Amanda's mother holding her face in her hands. That photo ran next to Jennifer's. People swore they looked alike. Internet sleuths combed through her story, matching up dates, locations, anything that would make it true. I watched from a corner of it all. My job was pulling records, cataloging interview tapes, scanning old notebooks from the original case files. Every page I touched felt heavier than the last. Hope I learned is a weight you feel in the paper. Then came the test results. They called a staff meeting just before lunch. Detective Bear, a forensic tech, and a woman from state legal. The room went silent before they spoke. DNA excluded Jennifer from any relation to the Diaz family. No match. Not even close. The press conference was brief. Bear's voice was tight. Miss Klein's claim has been investigated thoroughly. Evidence confirms she is not Amanda Diaz. Jennifer was gone by the next morning. Left the shelter where they'd placed her. Never picked up her last check. A coworker said they saw her board a northbound bus with no luggage. That should have been the end of it. But the dust didn't settle. The Diaz family went quiet again, more reclusive than ever. The few times Amanda's name came up online, people argued, some still believed Jennifer. A theory took root that the DNA had been switched or coerced. Someone said the cult had deep ties, could make records vanish. I even heard whispers in the archive from volunteers and interns. What if she really was Amanda? I started second-guessing everything. I remembered how she described a scar behind her knee, same place Amanda had one. How she knew the color of Amanda's missing jacket. How she'd held that photograph with both hands like it might disintegrate. But here's what I keep coming back to. She never asked for money. Never asked to stay with the Diaz family. Never went on television. She came in quietly, told her story, waited for someone to listen. Then she left. What haunts me isn't that she lied. It's that she might have believed it, or needed to. I sometimes wonder what she wanted from us. Closure. Belonging. A name that made sense. Or maybe just to be seen. Even if it wasn't her name we saw. The case file was reclassified 2 months later. Back into cold storage. I boxed it myself. Amanda's photo, worn soft by a stranger's hands, still sits on top of the stack. And some days when the light hits the glass in just the right way, I see her face in it. Not Jennifer's, Amanda's. Still waiting to be found. It started with the boot. We were 4 months into looking for Robert Winters, an 81-year-old retired machinist who'd gone missing during a late autumn solo hike. His daughter had said he never went far off trail. He kept a list on his fridge of every path he'd walked and how long it took him, down to the minute. He liked precision. When he didn't return from his usual 2-hour loop near Windfall Ridge, the search began, first with volunteers, then dogs, drones, helicopters. My unit was on site for 6 days straight during the initial push, sweeping sectors through steep forest and dense underbrush. We covered the base of that maple tree. I know that because I was there. I remember its wide, flat roots and the way the soil sloped away on one side like a broken smile. I remember the dog handler letting her shepherd sniff around the trunk. I remember my own partner clearing branches from the roots, tapping them with his boot, checking for signs of disturbance. There was nothing there. 4 months later, in early spring, a park ranger radioed us. Hikers had spotted something near the base of that same tree. I went back with the follow-up crew. The snow had receded, leaving the ground spongy and raw. The maple looked the same thick trunk, same slope. But now there was a boot tucked against one of the roots, cleanly upright, laces undone. It hadn't been there before. The model matched the ones Robert was last seen wearing. Inside was a pair of thick hiking socks, balled deep into the toe. Nearby, under a drift of last year's leaves, we found a single glove. A week later, on a second sweep, someone spotted the glasses. Frames cracked, but intact. They were resting against the tree bark like someone had set them there purposefully. I took photos, logged the findings. We expanded the search radius again. Nothing turned up. Summer passed. Then fall. On the exact anniversary of Robert's disappearance, a small group of volunteers did a quiet memorial search. Mostly symbolic. No one expected to find anything new. I wasn't supposed to be on call, but when the report came in, I drove up anyway. I didn't tell anyone I was going. Just took my old route past the ranger station into the back lot and hiked the familiar half-mile trail up to the maple. The light was strange that day. Pale and flat. The air tasted like cold metal. The dentures were there, set in the soil at the base of the tree, half buried in pine needles, perfectly clean. Upper plate only. I crouched for a long time, long enough to feel the chill seep through my knees. I remember the stillness. No wind, no birds, just the sound of my own breath and the distant ticking of cooling tree sap. The dentures hadn't been there before. Not 4 months ago, not last week. They were too conspicuous, too placed, like an offering or a marker. We logged them as evidence, took samples, flagged the site again. There was no blood, no sign of wildlife disturbance, no wear or weathering on the plastic, just one more piece, suddenly present where nothing had been. People asked why no one found them earlier, why trained searchers missed a boot, glove, glasses, and dentures all within a few square feet of each other, why the dogs didn't react. We couldn't explain it. Some said scavengers might have moved the items, that weather had obscured them, but we'd searched in dry conditions, clear visibility. The dogs had hit on a few false trails, but never near that tree. The area wasn't hidden or hard to reach. It had been searched, documented, cleared, and yet, there they were. All of them, one by one. The report stopped after that. There was nothing left to find, just a tree, a slope of soil, and the feeling, every time I closed my eyes, that something had been watching from just out of sight, waiting for us to come back. I remember the first morning I walked into that section of the forest. It had rained earlier in the week, but the ground beneath the first was dry, soft with a layer of shed needles. The sky above was clouded over, sealing everything in a pale, closed light. I hadn't expected to find anything. Just another long hike with no results, same as the last dozen trips. They told me his name was Thomas Belmer, an experienced hunter, mid-40s, known for solo trips into the backcountry. He'd gone out late last fall and hadn't come back. No storms, no signs of animal attack, no distress calls. He just vanished. The first search turned up nothing. 6 months later, a second attempt found a torn bit of canvas snagged on a rock outcrop 3 miles from where he'd parked, but nothing else. Then the case cooled again. Until that morning, I'd been working grid patterns on my own for weeks, logging distances, checking terrain. It was more obsession than hope by that point. I was maybe 10 miles from the closest trailhead, following the curve of a shallow ravine where runoff had carved a narrow path through the underbrush. The ground flattened at the bottom, shaded by old spruce trees. That's where I saw it. Something too square, too regular to be natural. A wallet. Just sitting there, beside the base of a tree. No brush over it, no moss, no leaf litter. It looked like someone had placed it down moments before I arrived. I crouched to pick it up. The leather was worn but intact. Inside there was a driver's license, some cash, 3 $20 bills folded once, and a social security card, all dry, all clean. No mold, no fading, not even a curled edge. If someone had handed me that wallet in the middle of a city, I'd have believed they'd been carrying it in their pocket that morning. I looked around. 20 feet from the wallet, I found the clothing. A flannel shirt folded neatly, sleeves crossed over the chest. Beneath it, faded jeans laid out flat, a belt still threaded through the loops, hiking boots aligned just below, like someone had undressed deliberately. I didn't touch anything at first. I just stared. A little off to the side, under a narrow overhang of roots, I saw the bones. Not a full skeleton, just a partial rib cage, one femur, and the shattered curve of a skull. The cranium broken at the back like it had been dropped from a height. No teeth, no jaw, no sign of recent disturbance, but also no scattering, no gnaw marks, no soil embedded in the bone. Everything about it was wrong. The forest floor is brutal. Paper disintegrates, fabric rots, metal rusts. Animals carry things off. Seasons tear at whatever's left behind. And yet the wallet looked like it had come out of someone's pocket an hour ago. The clothing was dusty, sure, but not faded. The shirt's buttons were all there. The boots still had dry mud in the treads, but the laces were tied. I reported it. Of course I did. They had to bring in a second team to recover the remains. Forensics said what I already knew. The man had been dead for about a year. The decomposition matched the time of his disappearance. But nothing explained the condition of the items. No preservation chemicals, no vacuum seals, just cloth and leather and paper, left untouched by a full cycle of weather. There were theories. Maybe someone had found the body months ago, stored the items somewhere, then brought them back later. But who? And why return them to a random spot deep in the woods, days away from any formal search effort? And if it was staged, why make it look so neat? Why not scatter things to mimic a natural scene? I still hike that stretch sometimes, though I don't tell people that. I retrace the path down into that ravine, stand where the wallet was, and try to imagine it again. The silence, the precise folds of the shirt, the way the bones sat like they'd been arranged just so, the way nothing around it seemed disturbed, like the forest had never touched him at all. When I opened my eyes, the sky above me was a soft, cloudless blue, and grass rustled gently in the breeze around my face. The first thing I felt was the sun on my skin, warm and steady, like it had been shining on me for a while. I didn't know where I was. The second thing I felt was the weight of a backpack on my shoulders. I sat up slowly, joints aching like I'd been sleeping outside for days. I was in a wide open meadow field stretching out in all directions, ringed by distant trees. Massachusetts, I'd later learn. But at that moment, I had no bearings. I just knew it wasn't home. I unzipped the backpack. Inside were several folded maps, none of which I recognized, crinkled at the edges like they'd been handled often. One had a red X marked deep in the forests of upstate New York. Another was a topographical survey of what looked like part of Canada. I didn't remember buying them. I didn't remember studying them. In fact, I didn't remember anything beyond walking out of class one day, heading toward the lake near my university in Michigan, and then nothing. The clothes I was wearing were clean, new, not mine. They fit too well to be random. Someone had chosen them for me, or I had. In one pocket, I found $40 in neatly folded bills. In another, a single silver key on a ring. No ID, no phone, no notes. I wandered for hours before I heard the low hum of a car engine and found a dirt road. A couple in an old pickup stopped for me. They didn't ask too many questions. Maybe I looked too dazed, or maybe they just assumed I was a lost hiker. I told them I'd gotten turned around on a camping trip and didn't have a ride back. That was all I could manage. It was easier than explaining that I didn't know what year it was. It had been 15 months. The man at the gas station let me use the phone. I called my parents. My mother answered. When she heard my voice, she went silent. I heard the phone hit the floor. Then my father's voice, sharp, confused, then broken. They thought I was dead. I was a college student when I vanished. Stephen Kubacki. I'd gone missing after skiing near Lake Michigan. They found my skis and backpack by the ice. Footprints led out onto the frozen lake and stopped. Rescue crews searched the lake, the forests, the shoreline. Nothing. For over a year I was gone. No body, no evidence, just a void where I used to be. And now I was back, standing in a gas station in Massachusetts, with a backpack full of someone else's life. The news traveled fast. Reporters called. Professors reached out. Friends who had moved on with their lives suddenly found themselves in old conversations they thought had ended long ago. I told them what I could. I didn't remember. I didn't know where I'd been. I wasn't lying. Doctors ran tests. They found no injuries, no drugs in my system, no sign of trauma. My vitals were fine. Physically, I was healthy. Psychologically, they weren't sure. Some called it dissociative fugue. Some said it was a coping mechanism, stress-induced amnesia. One even suggested I had staged my disappearance, built a new life, and then walked away from it. If that were true, I had no memory of that life, no reason to abandon it. I went back through the backpack. The maps were the only clues. I traced the markings, the scrawled notes and handwriting that looked like mine but felt foreign. A few circled towns, 2 underlined trailheads, a receipt wedged in the back panel dated 8 months after I went missing. June from a diner in Maine. I called the number listed. The manager didn't remember me. I asked about security footage. They didn't keep it that long. I drove there anyway. The diner sat off a rural highway, surrounded by pine trees and silence. I sat in a booth and ordered coffee. The waitress gave me a polite smile, not recognition. I asked if she remembered anyone coming through the previous summer with a stack of maps. She shook her head. Back in the car, I found a slip of paper under the floor mat, a name I didn't recognize, and a P.O. box address in Vermont. When I went to the post office, the box had been closed for months. No forwarding address. At night, I'd dream about walking through snow, always away from something. My hands would be raw, my face windburned. I'd wake up with the taste of metal in my mouth. Sometimes I'd wake in a cold sweat, convinced I had forgotten something important. I'd turn on the light, reach for the maps, and trace the lines again, trying to spark something, anything. Nothing ever came. Back in Michigan, people treated me delicately, like I might disappear again if they said the wrong thing. I tried returning to school, but nothing fit. I wasn't the same student. I wasn't the same person. I'd read textbooks and feel like I was watching someone else read them. The pages didn't hold meaning. One day, I drove up to the lake. The spot where they found my skis was quiet, windless. The ice was gone, replaced by dark, slow-moving water. I stood there for a long time, trying to see myself walking out into that frozen expanse. I couldn't, but I could imagine waking up on the other side, in the meadow. I still have the backpack, still open at some nights, hoping for new clues. I've had the handwriting analyzed. Experts say it's mine. The routes on the maps form a strange loop across the northeast. Some intersect with known trails, others don't. One line ends abruptly at the edge of a blank area on the map. No road, no name. There are days when I'm almost convinced I must have been living out there, off-grid, evading contact for reasons I can't fathom. And there are other days when I wonder if it was something else entirely, something I was never meant to understand. I try not to dwell on it, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever happened, it's not done with me yet, that there's something out there waiting for me to remember, or to return. Sometimes I wake up with the sun on my face, the scent of grass in my nose, and for a moment I think I'm back in that meadow again. I remember the way the silence felt that day. It wasn't just quiet, it was wrong. I've hunted since my 20s, and forests always have a rhythm to them. The crunch of squirrels darting through the brush, birds calling back and forth, wind rustling high branches. But that stretch of woods had nothing, just the occasional pop of a twig underfoot, and the faint rasp of your own breath. It was afternoon, but it felt like the world had stopped moving. There were 6 of us in the group, including Tom Messick. He was the oldest among us. Mid-70s, a former military man who'd never truly stopped being alert. His left leg wasn't what it used to be, something in the knee gone brittle over time. But he was sharp and knew the woods like they were stitched into his skin. We were posted along a ridgeline above a hollow, all within visual or radio contact. Just a short wait, maybe an hour or so, while the younger 2 looped around to push game our way. We each had our post. No one strayed, that was the rule. Especially for Tom, who couldn't move fast if something went sideways. He took a seat on a fallen log about 20 yards from my position. I could see the back of his orange cap between the trees. Just a flash of it when the wind caught it right. He raised a hand once to let me know he was set. I raised mine in return. The woods stayed quiet. No birds, no insects. Even the air felt like it was pressing down on us. I remember shifting from foot to foot, just to hear something move. The silence got heavier the longer it lasted, like we were all holding our breath and didn't know why. After the push was done, the others regrouped. Radios came alive with quiet check-ins. Everyone confirmed location. Everyone but Tom. We assumed his radio was off. Batteries, maybe. He wasn't the best about gear upkeep, so I walked over. Not in a rush at first, but as soon as I passed the tree that should have framed his position, my gut dropped. The log was still there. His seat pad was still on it, pressed in where his weight had been, but he was gone. No scuff marks in the dirt. No broken branches, not even a footprint. The leaves were undisturbed, like no one had stood or walked there at all. I called out. Nothing. The others came over. We spread out, started a grid sweep. We called his name, circled back, checked ravines and game trails. Nothing. I was the one who found his rifle, leaned neatly against a tree about 30 feet downhill. The safety was still on. No sign it had been fired. No shell casings. His pack was with it, zipped and full, as if he just stood up, left everything behind and walked away without leaving a single mark. We expanded the search beyond the immediate area, even brought in dogs the next morning. They didn't find a scent trail to follow, not one. They sniffed around the log where he sat, circled the rifle, then sat down. Nothing to chase, no direction to follow. The rangers asked the same questions over and over. Was he disoriented? Did he fall? Could he have wandered? But none of it added up. His physical limitations alone made it unlikely he could vanish that quickly without a sound, and someone would have seen it. I was the closest. I saw that patch of orange right up until I didn't. One moment it was there, then it wasn't. Weeks passed. Nothing turned up, no sign of struggle, no blood, no clothing scraps. It was like the forest swallowed him whole without so much as a ripple. People say maybe he just decided to walk off, stage his own exit. But how? The ridge was steep, the ground covered in leaves, brittle branches. You can't move through that kind of terrain without noise, especially not with a bad leg. And we were watching, listening. There's no way we wouldn't have heard something. Some nights I replay that moment, when I looked up and didn't see his cap anymore. I try to remember if I heard anything odd. A shift in the air, a flicker of shadow, but there's nothing. Just that suffocating silence, and the feeling that something had pressed close, and then passed on. We stayed away from that forest after. Not because of fear, exactly. More like a quiet agreement. It didn't want us there, and we understood that now. Tom Messick never came back. No one has explained how a man that age, with bad knees and no gear, disappeared in front of his friends without a trace. The forest gave no answers, only silence. Curious to Dorol. My thought usually won, kind of shit. It was a cold morning in late September, the kind that turns your breath visible and makes the trees look sharper than they really are. My boots cracked the frost on the grass as I made my way up the shallow incline behind the dump site. The smell wasn't strong, not like in the summer, but something about that place always put me on edge. Maybe it was the quiet or how the fog sat low, muffling the tree line on the Quebec side like a curtain drawn across a stage. I was with the search crew that day. Not official search and rescue, just one of the locals who couldn't stand sitting at home when a child was missing. We'd heard about Kurt on the radio. 4 years old, vanished from a campsite near Chain of Ponds. His folks had stepped away for just a moment. The story went, he'd been playing outside their trailer, nothing out of the ordinary. Then, nothing. No sound, no struggle, just gone. We didn't expect to find anything that far north. The border wasn't far, but the dump site sat on the edge of one of those access roads used mostly by loggers and guys dumping scrap. Too far for a kid to wander. Even if he'd walked non-stop, he'd have hit the river or a backwoods trailhead long before getting that far. It didn't make sense. Any of it. I remember one guy, old Earl, spotting something red through the brush. "Looks like a bike," he muttered. I came up behind him, and sure enough, there it was. A tiny red tricycle sitting perfectly upright, not tipped, not scratched, not muddy. Clean, like someone had placed it there. We didn't touch it right away, we just stood there staring. The air felt different still, even for the woods. No birds, no wind, just that low fog curling along the ground. Earl finally reached out and picked it up. There wasn't a speck of dirt on the wheels. It hadn't rolled through the woods. It had been carried. We radioed it in. A deputy came out within the hour, along with a state investigator. They took photos, marked the location, bagged the trike. I heard later it matched the one Kurt had been riding. Same model, same color. Even a little sticker on the back fender. One of those shiny stars kids like. His mom confirmed it, said he'd had it with him that morning, right outside the camper. The official search intensified after that, with dogs and helicopters combing the region. But nothing else turned up. No footprints, no tire marks. No witnesses had seen anyone suspicious crossing the border. And Kurt? Still gone. Not a trace. The part that stuck with me was how clean the tricycle was. If a person had taken him, why leave that behind? Why bring it miles away from the site and just place it in the woods? It wasn't hidden. It wasn't dumped. It was displayed. That's the word that kept coming back to me. Like whoever left it wanted it to be found. Years later, when I drive near the border, I still think about that spot. I try not to, but it creeps in. The way the fog hugged the wheels. The way no one ever heard a thing. Sometimes I wonder if the boy really crossed the border, or if something crossed over to him. We never found out what happened. Not really. The parents believed he'd been taken, and maybe they're right. Maybe someone moved fast and got lucky. Maybe he's out there somewhere, but when I think about that trike, sitting perfect in the silence. I can't help but wonder who or what carried it that far, without leaving a mark. I parked at the Damning Zoo trailhead, just after sunrise, under a sky already beginning to churn with cloud. My plan was to follow the creek up to the ridgeline and loop back through the saddle trail. I'd done variations of the route before, but never solo. I liked the challenge, the quiet, the way my mind cleared when the only task was to move forward. As a geology professor, fieldwork was second nature. Navigating terrain came with the job. The trailhead lot was nearly empty. I saw one other car, windows fogged, and no sign of its owner. I left a note on my dash with my intended route and expected return time. Then I slung my pack over my shoulder and locked the door. The forest swallowed the sound of the latch. About 2 hours in, I realized I'd only brought the second half of my trail book. I must have left the first half in the passenger seat after reviewing the route over breakfast. It wasn't a huge deal at first. The early trail was familiar, and I remembered the major forks well enough. But beyond the third switchback where the underbrush thickened and cairns thinned out, the missing note started to matter more. I paused at a confluence of drainage channels, trying to recall the correct route. The streams had shifted since spring, carving new channels into the slope. What used to be a minor runoff was now a gully deep enough to trap a foot. By mid-afternoon, the weather turned. Not rain exactly, but a low, constant mist that sank between the trees and made everything look the same. I kept moving downhill, thinking I'd intersect the old fire road that curved back toward the trailhead. But the ground turned slick and uneven. My boots skidded on wet shale. I slid twice before realizing the path beneath me wasn't a trail at all, just the vague imprint of runoff likely mistaken for a spur by others before me. Still, I pushed on. There was a hollowed log at the base of the slope I recognized from a different hike. I convinced myself it meant I was close to the right drainage, but things didn't line up the way they should have. Water trickled on both sides of me, and the terrain folded inward. The daylight thinned. I tried to climb out and regain elevation, but every ascent led to more of the same twists of thornbush and slickstone, with no markers. That night I bivouacked beside a granite outcrop, trying to stay above the dampest ground. My phone was dead, no signal anyway, and I hadn't brought a power bank. I rationed water, chewed jerky without appetite, and stared into the dark until my eyes blurred. I kept hearing what sounded like footfalls on the other side of the drainage. Not animals, too slow, too deliberate. Once I shone my headlamp toward the noise, but all I caught were branches shifting. A patch of moss torn loose. By morning, the mist had thickened. Light diffused in all directions, making it hard to tell east from west. My compass clipped to my chest strap spun once before settling, but it didn't match the angle of the sun. I started doubting it. I started doubting myself. The pages I did have from the trail book were nearly useless without the first half. Turn numbers, elevation notes, everything depended on earlier context. I retraced my steps 4 times that day, trying to find a landmark, any consistent sign. Nothing held. The second night, I tried staying awake. I told myself it was to keep watch, to listen for help, but I was afraid of the dreams, the ones that made the creek sound like whispering, the ones where I saw myself walking ahead, just out of reach, always looking back with a face that wasn't quite mine. When I woke, it was from the cold. I dozed off despite my best effort, and my legs were numb. The food was gone. My water filter had clogged with silt. I tried to climb out again, this time following a dry seam in the rock that looked like it might lead to higher ground. My legs shook. I took a step and heard something crack. Wasn't sure if it was the rock or my own ankle. I collapsed, crawled a few yards, then just stopped. I remember thinking how quiet it had become. Not peaceful, dead, like the air itself had thickened. I opened my pack and took out the half of the book. I flipped through it, mouthing trail names like prayers. None of them matched where I was. Somewhere above me, I heard the wind shift. Then I heard nothing at all. The last time anyone saw me as Maho Sasa, I was walking out of a Tokyo office building on a rainy Tuesday morning. I didn't go back to my apartment. I didn't check out of life in some dramatic flourish. I simply turned left at the end of the block, ducked into a ramen shop's back entrance, and kept walking until the skyline shifted and the streets no longer felt like mine. I had spent years perfecting the role of the dependable eldest daughter, the tireless salary woman, the one who didn't complain when the boss took credit, or when her mother called her 3 times in an hour to remind her she wasn't married yet. There's no single moment I can point to, just a long, slow compression of identity until there wasn't any air left. You'd be surprised how easy it is to disappear in a city like this. Cameras see but don't notice. Neighbors forget you if you're quiet, and there's always another woman in a suit with a tidy bag and tired eyes. I left my phone in the trash behind the train station. The SIM card snapped in two between my fingers. I became part of what journalists later called the evaporated people who chose to vanish without crime or fanfare. They tried to turn it into a social mystery, but for most of us it wasn't dramatic. It was survival. I spent my first weeks in the northeastern edge of the city, working odd shifts at a 24-hour laundry, sleeping in the break room between loads. The owner paid in cash and didn't ask questions. He probably thought I was running from debt. Maybe I was. Emotional debt if nothing else. When I'd saved enough for a capsule hostel, I moved again. Then again. By the time I reached Sendai, I'd stopped thinking of myself as Miho. I didn't have a new name yet. I didn't need one. Just a face no one remembered, and a voice trained to ask questions instead of answer them. It was at a noodle stall near the station where I met Aya. She was older, sharper. Her suit fit too well to be random, and her eyes moved like she was checking for tails. She asked if I was new in town, and I gave her the kind of answer that meant nothing. She smiled like she understood, handed me a card with no name, just a phone number and a date written in pencil. I hesitated for 3 days before calling. What I found wasn't what I expected. No secret society, no cult. Just a rented office space in a low-rise building, 3 blocks off the main street. Aya sat behind a reception desk with a cracked coffee mug and greeted me like an old friend. I sat through a 2-hour orientation where no one asked for ID. They only asked if I wanted to help others do what I had done. I said yes before the question had even finished forming. The company didn't have a formal name back then. Internally, we called it Shiori, after the bookmarks we left behind in old lives. Our job was to make disappearance cleaner, safer, for those with reasons beyond what polite society would accept. Abused spouses, stalked women, overwhelmed caretakers, people crushed by debt or shame or roles they hadn't chosen. We never advertised. All word of mouth, all cash-based. We taught people how to fragment their digital footprints, how to close accounts without flags, how to build believable trails, and cover stories for the ones left behind. I started by scrubbing data, search histories, utility records, social links. I got good at it fast. There's a rhythm to erasure, like untangling a knot. Eventually, I took over logistics, safe housing, transport, disguises. I learned how to speak calmly to someone who was shaking with fear, how to walk into a room and assess who was ready and who would panic halfway. When Aya stepped back, I was the one who filled the seat. People imagine power feels like money or control. For me, it was the first time I looked in the mirror and didn't flinch at the person I'd become. I wore the title CEO like a coat I'd sewn myself. No board meetings, no investors, just a growing list of names that vanished in neat silent waves. Most of our clients never contacted us again. That was the point. But sometimes, weeks or years later, I'd get a postcard, a photo of a garden, a beach, a child's drawing, always unsigned, always quiet. I kept them in a box labeled Shiori, the bookmark I'd left in my old life. I never reached out to my family, not once. I read about my disappearance online, a brief news cycle, some speculation, a few cruel comments. The story faded fast. People like me are easy to forget. That was the design. Now we operate out of 5 cities, small teams, decentralized. No digital records. Our employees are all former clients. Everyone who works with us has walked that edge, has made the choice to step sideways out of the frame. We don't save people, we just give them the option to save themselves. Sometimes I still walk through Tokyo. Different hair, glasses, a limp I can turn on and off. I watch women who look like I used to, pale knuckles on train straps, silence stretched too tight in their throats. I want to hand them a card, the way Aya did, but I wait. They'll find us if they're ready. People think disappearance means running from something, but it's more than that. It's choosing who gets to see you and who doesn't. Choosing breath over applause. Stillness over noise. I stopped being Miho Sasa a long time ago. Whoever I am now, I built her from ash and silence. The wind was sharper up there than I remembered. I'd hiked Asahidake a few times in spring. Always loved how the steam curled out from the sulfur vents like breath from the mountain itself. But that day, years after Kenji vanished, it was dead quiet. No birds. No wind in the birch leaves. Just the soft crunch of snow melting into the early summer soil, and the chatter of the search team combing the high slopes. They called it a recovery, not a search. No one expected to find him alive anymore. Not after that long. But I went along anyway, drawn more by the weight in my gut than any hope. Kanji was my friend. We'd met on trails like this, bonded over old gear and shared ramen packets on the ridgelines. He was one of those quiet, steady types, smart with his supplies, cautious about weather, always double-checking maps. That's what made his disappearance so hard to accept. He didn't just vanish, he was swallowed. The others scattered ahead with their poles and dogs. But I lingered near a dry creek bed that ran along the base of an old slide scar. Something about it, the way the birch trees grew there, dense and unnatural, like someone had yanked them into a shape they didn't want to hold. I stepped off trail and worked my way through the tangle. Then I saw it, bleached branches stripped of bark, angled into jagged lines across the forest floor. Not random, not windfall, birch limbs, maybe 10 or 12 of them, arranged in clear letters, SOS, big enough to spot from the air. If anyone had been looking, the branches were lashed with torn bits of parka, red fabric, Kenji's color. I knew it like I knew my own. The snowpack here must have preserved it. Around the edge of the clearing, bark had been scraped from trunks, probably with a rock, no knife. I followed the marks outward, scanning the undergrowth, and that's when I found the bones. They weren't buried, just placed. A half-collapsed frame leaning against the roots of a fallen tree. Legs folded wrong. Arms curled into the stomach like he died hugging himself. The skull was tilted sideways, facing the ground, mouth open to the dirt. Most of the clothes were gone, shredded by time or animals, but the boots, those old brown asalos he always wore, were still on. Next to him, under a flat stone, was a small black object. At first I thought it was another piece of gear, but when I brushed it off and turned it over, I realized it was a tape recorder. One of those handheld kinds, the cheap ones we used back in school for interviews. It clicked when I pressed play, the spools grinding for a second before the hiss settled into silence. Then came the sound of breathing. Not loud. Shallow, labored, close to the mic. A minute passed, then another, then a voice. Kenji's voice, dry, worn. He didn't speak at first, just coughed, then cried out weakly, a hoarse please that barely rose above the static. The rest was hard to hear. He said his name, said the date, or tried to. Something about late October. Mentioned snow, said he'd slipped, lost the trail. Something about water, a fall, his leg. He kept repeating that he was just below the ridge, that he saw planes overhead but no one spotted him. The wind picked up in the recording halfway through, drowning out some of the words, but the desperation in his voice cut through everything. He begged for help, for his family, for anyone. He screamed at one point, sharp, sudden, and then it dropped off into coughing again. The last few seconds were just him whispering, over and over, "I made a sign, I made a sign, I made a sign." We left the recorder untouched. Marked the coordinates. Called it in. Later, the report confirmed what we already knew. Human remains. Likely time of death within a few weeks of his disappearance. Starvation and exposure. No foul play. Just a man lost in the woods, trying everything to be found. What they didn't explain was how we missed that clearing. That slope had been flown over, scanned, combed more than once. The birch SOS was clear, visible, built with effort. He'd torn up trees with his hands to build it, used the last of his strength to arrange it, to leave something behind, and yet we didn't find it until years later, when even the bark had started to rot away from the branches. I still think about that tape, about how long he waited, about how close we must have come. Those early days when the snow was fresh and the signal still sharp. I dream of that ridge sometimes, how silent it was, how still, and I hear him faint behind the wind, saying again and again that he made a sign, he made a sign. It's hard to explain how a 100-foot schooner vanishes on a routine trip in broad daylight. Harder still to explain how it stays missing for over a century. But that's exactly what happened. The Rouse Simmons was supposed to make a quick haul across Lake Michigan in November of 1891, loaded with lumber and crew. That lake has always had a way of swallowing things whole. But this one left no trace. No flotsam, no bodies. Not even a single board of the cargo floated ashore. I wasn't alive then, of course. I'm a diver, part of a Great Lakes historical exploration team. I found her. Back in 2005, we were scanning part of the lake bed, about 12 miles off the coast. It wasn't a high priority area, just a flat, cold section with bad visibility. But I had a hunch. I'd been obsessed with the Simmons for years. The story clung to the region like a fog. A captain too proud to delay, a storm nobody saw coming, a ship that disappeared as if it had never been built. The sonar gave us our first glimpse, a shape that didn't belong. Not a rock, not a natural reef, something angular, shadowed, upright. I suited up fast. We dropped in before noon, but with that depth, the sun might as well not exist. I saw her lying still and whole on the lake bed. Her mast snapped but still attached by lines. Her hull tilted slightly to one side, like she'd taken one last breath before settling. Algae had claimed her sides, but the shape sharp and unmistakable was intact. She was resting deeper than we'd expected for a vessel lost in that region. No gouges in the lake bed, no sign of impact, just lying there. The first thing I noticed when I approached her was the ladder, still hanging over the stern, half buried in silt. That chilled me. A ladder left down at launch usually meant someone expected to climb back up soon. Inside, the deckhouse was silent and half crushed, but you could still see the old markings on the wood. Navigation instruments rusted in place. One of the doors was open. That stuck with me for weeks. The cold down there should have frozen everything in place, but it was ajar like someone had stepped out and just never came back. There were no bodies. No personal effects left behind. If the crew had panicked and jumped, they'd have left something: boots, belts, tools. But the ship was empty, not abandoned, like it had never been manned at all. What I remember most, what kept me awake the following nights, was the way the water moved around her. It should have been still, but it wasn't. Just around her hull there were soft spirals of current, not strong enough to stir up sediment, just enough to make her appear alive, like the lake hadn't finished with her yet. We documented everything, took our samples, but I haven't been back since. Not because I'm scared, though maybe I am, but because the Simmons gave me everything I needed the moment I saw her. That ship didn't crash. She disappeared. For all those years, every storm, every shift in the lake's floor, every stray search that failed to find her, it's like she was waiting, just beneath reach. The lake knows how to hide things when it wants to. The logs from 1891 show she should have been in by dusk. It was a calm day, crisp and dry. Her route was short, familiar, routine. She had no business being lost, and even less being forgotten. But somehow she slipped, and then 114 years later, I swam down into a cold shadow and found her eyes still open. It started with a news update. I almost skipped something about skeletal remains found by a trail maintenance crew in a remote part of the Windleaf Range. At the time, I was just someone who used to hike up there, back when my knees still worked like they used to. But the name they mentioned hit me hard. Camille Duarte. I'd followed her case obsessively when she went missing nearly a decade ago. She was 27, fit, smart, a wildlife biology student doing research near those same trails. The only thing they ever found was her abandoned tent, collapsed under snowfall, and a pair of torn gloves 50 meters away. The area had been searched, of course, with dogs, with volunteers, even aerial surveys. Nothing, until now. The report said the bones were found in a clearing about 5 miles upslope from her last known location. Isolated, no sign of clothing or gear, just a partial skeleton, mostly femurs, ribs, and part of the pelvis, scattered near the remains of a fire pit. Initially, the remains were presumed to be Camille's. The location lined up, and the bone measurements matched what little they had from her medical records. It felt like a grim kind of closure, but something didn't sit right with me. I remembered reading that she'd hated cold weather. She wouldn't have gone that far upslope in October. Not voluntarily. 3 weeks after that first report, a correction appeared. Quiet, buried in a corner of the same website. Preliminary DNA analysis indicated the bones may not belong to Camille after all. Instead, the mitochondrial match was inconclusive, and new forensic tests raised the possibility the remains were male. That was when the name Kenji Watanabe surfaced. Kenji had gone missing 4 years after Camille, on nearly the same route. He was a loner, experienced but erratic, known for pushing deep into the back country without telling anyone. His disappearance hadn't made the same waves, but it stayed in local circles. I remembered his photo. Slight build, wiry, similar height and bone structure. I started to wonder how two people could disappear in nearly the same place, and somehow a single set of bones might be either one of them, or possibly neither. Driven more by fixation than purpose, I dug up old forum threads, archived articles, anything I could find. There were discrepancies. Camille's dental records had no match with the skull fragments, but Kenji's dental records had never been submitted. The fire pit found near the remains had ash dated to roughly 6 years ago. Too early for Kenji, too late for Camille. There was also an unburnt food wrapper from a brand that only began distribution 5 years ago. The site was cold now, buried in early snow, but I made plans to hike there once spring broke. I had a contact in search and rescue, someone who owed me a favor, and he shared the coordinates quietly. By May, the trail was clear enough. The forest was still damp, the meltwater trickling along every root and rock. It took 2 days to reach the site. I arrived late in the afternoon and found the clearing exactly where they'd said. The grass had grown back, but I found the fire pit under a layer of leaves and frost-crusted dirt. A ring of stones, half sunken. No bones, of course. Those had been removed months ago. But I saw small things. The melted corner of a freeze-dried meal pouch. The stub of a pencil. Something about it felt off. The fire pit wasn't just for warmth. It had been used repeatedly. Chart patterns overlapped in a way that suggested different burn events, maybe over days, that didn't fit the profile of a panicked hiker. Someone had lingered here. I circled out from the clearing. About 30 meters upslope, I found a strange arrangement. 5 stones placed vertically in the ground, spaced like crude sentinels. They didn't seem natural. There were drag marks near one of them, long faded but still visible, where the moss had been scraped away. That night, I set up camp a short distance away. I didn't sleep well. At one point, I thought I heard crunching footsteps outside, but it was just a deer, startled and crashing away through the brush. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that something had happened here, something drawn out and deliberate. Back home, I kept watching the case evolve. More forensic results came out. They couldn't confirm gender with confidence. Bone degradation, environmental wear. Too much time had passed. The DNA degraded too. They tried isotope analysis, looking for regional dietary markers, but the results were inconclusive. Kenji's family submitted DNA, but the match was only partial. That meant either a distant relative or another person altogether. Camille's family by then had grown silent. They'd already buried a symbolic urn. They didn't want to reopen the wound. The last update came quietly again. The remains were officially reclassified as unidentified adult. No further testing planned. Case moved to cold status. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that clearing. I imagine Camille reaching it, realizing she was too far gone to make it back. Or Kenji slowly unraveling, choosing that place to vanish. But the timeline won't hold. The clues contradict each other. Someone lived there for a time, long enough to burn more than one fire, long enough to leave behind small items, intentionally or not. But I don't know who. All I know is that only one skeleton was ever found, and 2 people were never seen again. And somewhere in that clearing, beneath the moss and frost and silence, the forest still remembers which one it was. I saw the birch trees before I saw the chopper. 17, maybe 18, all stripped and stacked in a near-perfect SOS at the base of a clearing, halfway up Mount Asahidake. I stood there, panting hard in the early morning fog, radio in one hand, thinking, whoever built this did it to be found. We thought it was the sign of the 2 missing hikers. It had to be. Who else could have managed something so desperate, so deliberate? But that's not how it turned out. We'd started the search 4 days after the storm broke. 2 college students, Tomoya and Ray, hadn't returned from a weekend hike. A late October snow had swept in fast, masking trails and soaking through everything. Their families said they were experienced, but cold doesn't care about experience. The first 3 days of searching gave us nothing. No boot tracks, no gear, just melting snow and pine silence. I'm Kenji. You was, anyway. I've been out of the mountain unit for over a decade. Back then I lived for this terrain. I'd mapped half the ridges in Hokkaido by memory. That's why they put me on point when we crossed into the southeastern basin. I spotted the sign from a ridge, maybe 50 meters up. We made our way down, half sliding on damp moss and runoff. When I got close, I realized the birch trunks were too uniform, too clean. Whoever made this had time. They weren't stacked in panic. They were arranged like someone had planned it over days. That's what made my stomach turn. The air stank of old sap, and something else metallic, faint but present, like rusted iron left too long in wet leaves. We radioed the find, and circled the perimeter. The clearing looked natural. No fire pit, no torn up brush, no shelter. Just that massive white SOS laid flat like a beacon for the sky. About 30 meters off, near the tray line, I saw something half buried in snowmelt. I didn't touch it, just flagged it. Forensics came in the next day. The hikers Tomoya and Ray were found alive that afternoon, 2 kilometers northwest in a shallow ravine, drenched, shivering, but alive. They'd built a crude lean-to and managed to start a fire with a cracked lens and dry moss. Smart kids. They said they'd been there for 3 nights. When we told them about the birch sign, they looked confused. We didn't build any sign, Tomoya said. We didn't even leave the ravine. They stuck to that story. Neither had even seen the clearing where we found the birch trunks. I believed them. Their gear was intact. Their hands weren't blistered from hauling logs. They looked like 2 people who'd gotten lost and waited it out. So who built the signal? Back at the clearing, forensics uncovered a half-rotted backpack buried beneath leaf litter just past the tree line. Inside, an old-style canvas map, waterlogged 3 granola wrappers, and a university ID card, bleached and faded. The name was almost unreadable, but we got the last name Amano. A quick call down the mountain confirmed it. Kenta Amano went missing on the same mountain in 1984. 5 years earlier, he'd been solo, last seen starting a circuit from the eastern approach. Never found. We thought he'd slipped into one of the glacier crevices, or lost footing on a rain-slick ridge. People go missing up here. It's part of the terrain's silence, it keeps things. The bones we found matched a male in his 20s, scattered around a moss-draped log about 20 meters from the edge of the clearing. No signs of trauma, no shelter, just the remains of someone who'd built a perfect rescue signal and never left. I don't know why it worked this time. That's the part I can't shake. We ran recon over that area when Amano first went missing. Not a whisper of that signal back then. No disturbed underbrush, no glint of birch. But now, 5 years later, it appears, fresh, immaculate, like someone had just finished it. Tamoya and Ray survived because of that sign. We'd adjusted our search vector based on the assumption that they built it. If it hadn't been there, we never would have crossed into the basin, wouldn't have found them before hypothermia settled in. I think about the neatness of the trunks, the way each one aligned perfectly with the others, stripped of bark, laid like ribs in the dirt, too precise for panic, too intact for time to have touched it. And the oddest thing, there were 19 birch trunks, not 18, not 20, 19, one too many maybe, or one just enough. Amano's pack had no knife, no axe, just that sodden map and wrappers. But someone cut those trunks, someone laid them with care, and then vanished. I haven't gone back since. I hear hikers sometimes talk about the clearing, how birds never sing there, how the air feels colder when you cross it. Folk talk, except I remember the smell, the iron, the way the trunks pointed not just up, but slightly north, like someone had aligned them to something beyond sky. Maybe he knew he wouldn't be found. Maybe he built the sign for someone else, and maybe it worked. We were halfway through the second day when I realized I hadn't seen Emiko since breakfast. The sun had just broken clean over the tree line, lighting the fog like pale fire. I remember watching the mist pull away from the grass, expecting the chill to lift, but it didn't. The camp was already awake, chatter from tents, the sizzle of miso soup heating on a portable stove. Chaperones were shouting head counts over the steam. I was organizing supplies near the storage shed, only a few meters from the main tent, when I noticed her spot was empty. Emiko always sat cross-legged by the same blue mat, rocking slightly, humming to herself while tracing patterns on her knees. She was particular about her morning routine. Any small change, someone sitting too close, a different spoon would make her withdraw, so we all adjusted around her. But that morning, her mat was undisturbed, and the steam from her untouched bowl of soup had cooled flat. At first, it didn't register as anything serious. I assumed someone had walked her to the restroom. When I asked, 2 teachers blinked at each other and said they hadn't. Her sister Minako, 13 and fiercely protective, was helping distribute sleeping bags and hadn't noticed her leave. She hadn't seen her at all since they brushed their teeth together just after dawn. By then, it was 8:03 a.m. We searched the whole camp in a wide circle, calling her name, some of us clapping or whistling in hopes she'd follow the sound. The Harugano Kogen campground was fenced all around with a single gated entry. A security guard confirmed it had remained closed since before sunrise. No signs of forced entry, no vehicles in or out. Emiko was 10 years old, born with Down syndrome and a congenital heart condition that made her tire quickly. She wasn't fast, couldn't climb more than a step without help, and was usually afraid of new paths. The idea that she could have wandered off on her own, without anyone seeing, didn't add up. We checked the forest trails again, spreading wider this time, some chaperones pairing off with students. It was still early and visibility under the canopy was decent. I found myself walking loops around the same grove, trying not to think of bears or cliffs or water. The area near the western ridge had a steep drop. I went there twice looking for drag marks or broken branches. Nothing. Not even disturbed pine needles. They brought in the police by noon. Drones flew over the forest. Dogs sniffed every item of clothing Emiko had touched. The trainers told us there was no clear scent trail beyond the edges of the campsite. Her shoes were gone, but her blanket, favorite doll, and all other belongings were still inside the tent she'd shared with Monako. I kept imagining her shoes moving through the grass, small and careful, heading towards something, but what? The fence was intact. The cameras pointed only at the entrance, not the perimeter. None of them caught anything unusual. That evening, we weren't allowed to leave. The sun dipped early, shadows pouring through the trees like ink. Everyone sat quiet around the fire, whispering. Some of the younger students were crying. Minako stared into her knees, her hands clenched white. A teacher checked every child in 10-minute intervals. I remember looking around, counting heads reflexively, even though I wasn't in charge of the group. Just before curfew, a boy named Taku said he thought he'd heard Emiko's laugh near the trees behind the bathhouse around 8:30 a.m., but he wasn't sure. It was faint, he said. Maybe just the wind. That spot was only 20 meters from where I'd been organizing supplies. I walked there alone after lights out, against instructions. The bathhouse was closed, dark, the wooden siding still wet from the day's mist. I circled it slowly. The air smelled like mildew and pine. I stood still for a long time, hoping to hear something, anything, but the forest was blank. Not quiet, blank, like it had absorbed sound rather than muffled it. The next day, the official search expanded to the nearby road and creek. Helicopters passed in slow grid lines. The media showed up. Parents started arriving, frantic, clutching pictures and waving down officers. None of it helped. No one found her. Weeks passed. Then months. The investigation yielded nothing. No footprints. No surveillance errors. No evidence of foul play. Nothing in her medical history or behavior suggested she'd planned anything. Her family was shattered. Minako stopped speaking for almost a year. Their mother, Manami, came to every meeting, holding the same photo in a plastic sleeve. Emiko in her school uniform, smiling with her whole face. Some said maybe she slipped away during the early rush, found a gap in the fence. But I'd been awake then, and even if she had, where could she have gone? She wasn't strong enough to climb far, and how would no one see? One of the other teachers, Mr. Hida, refused to return to Hirugano Kogen. He said something about the trees not being right, that they bent in different directions when the wind blew, that sometimes they didn't move at all. I don't know what he meant, but I haven't gone back either. Some nights I still dream about the bathhouse. I'm standing where the forest line begins, and there's that same silence. Then I hear it, a soft rhythmic humming, and a small shadow just at the edge, tracing circles on her knees, and I always wake up before I see her face. I was standing at the edge of Whiteface Mountain, wind biting through my jacket. When it happened, 1 second I was adjusting my goggles, trying to pick a line through the trees, and the next I was gone. Not like I fell or skidded off a ridge, just gone, as if the slope had folded in on itself and swallowed me. I have flashes, ice cracking beneath me, a metallic taste in my mouth, the sky flickering, but those could be dreams. They feel detached from time, like watching old film reels backwards. I remember strapping on my skis that morning. I'd told my wife I'd just do a few solo runs before lunch. I worked as a firefighter back in Toronto, and we'd made a vacation of it. I liked the solitude of the slopes, clean snow, trees spaced just right to make you feel alone without feeling lost. But that day, something was off. I'd gone a little too far off the groomed path, tempted by unmarked terrain. That was the last thing I was sure of. The next thing I remember clearly, I was standing outside a Greyhound station in Sacramento. My jacket was unzipped. My gloves were missing. There was a tremor in my hands I couldn't stop. My helmet was gone too, but I was still wearing ski boots, caked in grime and salt and something dark that wasn't quite mud. The sky was overcast. The air felt wrong. Drier, warmer, no snow. I staggered inside the terminal, leaning on a plastic bench. I didn't know what day it was. There was a pain behind my eyes, dull and pulsing like a tide. I didn't even know what coast I was on. Someone must have noticed me. I remember a woman in a blue jacket asking if I needed help. I must have nodded. Next thing I knew, I was in a hospital room with a paper bracelet around my wrist. A nurse asking if I knew my name. I did. It was the only thing I was sure of. Danny Philidis. Everything else was scrambled. I kept hearing the word amnesia. They told me I'd been missing for 6 days. 6. My wife had been flown down, and the look on her face when she saw me wasn't relief. It was confusion. Fear, even. She didn't say it, but I could see it in her eyes. I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I wasn't who I was supposed to be. I tried to explain what I remembered. There was a truck. I didn't know who was driving. I saw chain-link fences through a frosted window, big rig tires, desert hills that rolled on forever. I don't remember getting in. I don't remember eating. I just remember motion, long hours of road noise, sometimes darkness, sometimes blinking streetlights. The cab smelled like dust and vinegar and something chemical, like cleaning fluid or burnt plastic. They asked me if I'd been harmed. I said no, but I wasn't sure. I had a healing bruise above my ear, yellow and purple in the hospital mirror. No signs of assault. No drugs in my system. But something in my mind had gone slack and then drawn tight in knots. No one could explain how I got from a ski resort in upstate New York to a bus depot in California. My wallet was still on me somehow. My phone wasn't. My lift ticket was torn in half and stuffed into my coat pocket. When I touched it, my fingers shook. After I was discharged, I flew back to Toronto with my wife. I tried to go back to work. The guys at the station were kind about it, but I could feel them watching me differently. I wasn't injured, but I wasn't whole. On calls, I'd catch myself staring into empty rooms. Sure, I'd see headlights or hear tires crunching over ice. Once, I thought I heard the truck idling outside the station in the middle of the night. When I looked, there was nothing there but melting snow. They said head trauma can do strange things. Disassociation, fugue states, amnesia. Maybe I hit a tree. Maybe I wandered days down to a highway. Maybe someone picked me up. But no one saw a firefighter in full ski gear walking roadside through 5 states. No trucker came forward. No traffic cams caught me. Sometimes I think about that missing time. Not the blank parts. The in-between fragments. Lights behind me. Static on a radio. The feeling of being watched without knowing from where. I'll close my eyes and see desert scrub where there should be pines. Long stretches of road that don't match any map. A face in a rearview mirror I can't quite make out. I never went skiing again. Even looking at snow makes my scalp itch where the bruise used to be. Some nights when the air feels too dry and too still, I think I hear tires rolling slow up the street. I tell myself it's nothing, just the city moving, but sometimes just before sleep I can still smell vinegar and dust. It was supposed to be a solo trip, one last run across the Upper Peninsula before the semester hit full stride. I'd driven out to the edge of Lake Michigan with a borrowed pair of skis, a thermos of coffee, and my pack. There was a biting wind that morning, the kind that nips straight through fleece and settles deep in your teeth. Snow packed hard underfoot, smooth and untouched. I remember checking my watch and clipping in. That's the last clear thing I remember. They said they found the tracks leading across the ice. Then nothing. Just gone. My footprints stopped at the edge of a frozen lake and didn't start again. No sign of a fall. No break in the ice. No body. My friends thought I'd taken a wrong turn and gone in too deep. My parents held out hope, but even they stopped calling after a while. The police told them it happens. Winter can swallow people whole, especially when they go alone. 15 months later, I opened my eyes in a sun-warmed meadow. The air was thick with pollen. My clothes weren't mine. Cotton shirt, canvas pants, worn boots caked in red clay. A backpack lay beside me. Not the one I'd taken skiing, but something heavier, military grade. Inside were neatly folded clothes, a few crumpled maps, Massachusetts, Vermont, Pennsylvania, and a compass with no needle. My skin was sun-darkened, my hair had grown out, and my nails were chipped and thick. I was 700 miles from where I'd disappeared, and I didn't know who I was for nearly an hour. It came back in pieces. My name, my age, my parents' faces, though it took longer to remember their names. The shock settled in slow, like realizing you've walked into the wrong house, and the furniture is almost but not quite yours. I flagged down a car eventually. The driver looked startled, like I'd crawled out of the trees. He asked if I was okay, said I looked like I'd been out there for weeks. I mumbled something about being lost. He didn't press. At a diner in town, I used the payphone to call the number I half hoped would still be my parents'. When my mom answered, she didn't speak at first. Just a sharp inhale, like she'd seen a ghost. I met with police after that. They asked where I'd been. I told them the truth. I didn't know. I remembered skiing. I remembered the lake. Then nothing. Not one image. Not one moment from those 15 months. Just a long, dark blank. They tested me for everything. Drugs, trauma, psychiatric episodes. There were no injuries, no head wounds, no scars, nothing to suggest violence. Just a gap, a silence between two halves of my life. I was missing in every way a person could be missing. One of the detectives tried to connect dots. Maybe I fell through the ice and was picked up by someone. Maybe I hit my head and wandered south. Maybe I wanted to disappear. But the maps in the pack had hand-drawn notes, places I'd never been, symbols that made no sense. One marked a circle around a town in Vermont with the word noise written beside it in shaky block letters. None of it felt real. Not the meadow, not the blank time, not the fact that people had stopped looking for me months before I came back. I tried to trace my own steps, but they weren't mine. I don't write in block letters. I don't mark maps. I don't sleep in meadows. My roommates had moved on. One of them cried when I walked into our old house. Said he'd been the one who reported me missing. Said he never believed I died. Not really, but didn't know how to hope after a year. My things were gone. My room rented out. My name had been etched into the college's memorial garden along with 3 other students who had disappeared or died that winter. I sleep lightly now. I keep the pack beside my bed. I've gone through it dozens of times, looking for something, anything that explains how I walked from the edge of a frozen lake to a spring meadow in another state without remembering the way. Sometimes I think I hear things when I turn off the lights. A static hum, low and steady like something just out of range. Once, I dreamt I was on the ice again, but the tracks didn't stop. They kept going. Out across the lake, out into the white until the sky bent in ways it shouldn't, and everything pulsed like a held breath. I don't remember where I went, but something does. Something packed a bag. Something brought me back, and whatever it was, it walked me through 15 months of snow and silence, and never left a single footprint behind. The fog came in so fast it felt like a trick. One minute we were joking about the mossy stairs winding up Mount Missin, how they looked like something from a ghost movie, and the next we couldn't see 5 feet in any direction. The trees lost their shape, the ground turned to shadow, even the birds went quiet. We weren't stupid. We had a map, a compass app on my phone, and a backpack with 2 bottles of water and some sweet bread we'd bought in Tenkawa Village that morning. We thought it would be a short hike, just something light to stretch our legs. We hadn't told anyone where we were going because we didn't think we'd be gone long. My friend, I'll call her M, was the stronger one, even though we were about the same age. Both retired, both stubborn, but after a few hours lost in the fog, climbing and stumbling and doubling back over what we thought were familiar trails. I started to see her pace change. She was limping. Her breath came shallow and fast. I kept trying to pretend it was fine, that we'd find a road or a trail marker or even a temple. This mountain has old pilgrimage routes, and monks sometimes walk them barefoot, but the reality crept in slowly. The sun never came back. We were wet with sweat and mist, and my phone battery dropped like a stone. We spent the first night sitting back to back on a mossy rock ledge, trying not to fall asleep. It was cold. Every rustle made us flinch. Branches cracking in the distance sounded like footsteps. I told myself it was deer or wind, nothing else. By day 3, Mim couldn't walk more than a few steps without collapsing. Her left foot had swollen badly, and I knew she wasn't getting out unless someone found us. So we made a plan. I would go. I still had the phone. It barely held a charge, but the compass worked. The paper map had gotten damp, but I could still read the names of some streams and ridgelines. She stayed behind, bundled in her jacket and mine, curled into a hollow at the base of a tree. I left her with the second bottle of water and the last of the bread. I marked the tree with a red scarf from my bag. Then I walked. I didn't speak, not even to myself. Every sound felt like it could belong to something watching me. The fog didn't lift, but it thinned in patches, enough to see slippery rocks and steep drops just inches from where my feet had landed. I slipped more than once, caught myself on roots, and bruised my ribs falling down a short slope. The compass pointed east. I followed it. Nights blurred. Hunger and cold scraped at the inside of my skull. I thought I saw lanterns at one point, swaying through the trees. I called out, but no one answered. Later, I couldn't tell if it had been real or just a fevered shape in the mist. On the 10th day, I saw something that wasn't trees. A glint. Metal. Then voices, real ones, shouting. I couldn't even lift my arms at first. I sat down in the dirt and just cried. The rescue team found Mem 2 hours after they found me. She was alive, barely. Dehydrated but conscious. They said we were lucky, that the fog had hidden us from aerial searches, that we'd missed every path by mere meters. Maybe that's true, or maybe the mountain wanted us to stay a little longer. Long enough to forget what the world looked like without fog. It was early Sunday morning when I last saw Kurt. I remember it clearer than I want to. The damp scent of pine, the soft squelch of the muddy ground underfoot, the low hum of campers beginning to stir in the campground, tucked near the Maine Quebec border. My parents were brewing coffee over a Coleman stove, my sister still curled in her sleeping bag, and Kurt was pedaling slow circles in the gravel near the edge of our campsite on his red tricycle. He'd been warned not to stray far. Not because of strangers, not even because of the woods exactly, but because he hated them. That boy would cling to the edges of open space, eyeing the tree line like it breathed. Even at 4, he had this instinct, a fear that something could be hiding just out of view. The woods didn't invite him the way they did other kids. He stayed close, always had. I remember my dad calling out to him, just something casual like "Stay where I can see you, buddy," and Kurt giving a nod, one hand on the handlebars, the other brushing his nose. I left for maybe 10 minutes, heading to the shared bathhouse up the trail. When I came back, my mom's voice had gone sharp. "Where's Kurt?" she asked, no one in particular already standing. His trike wasn't in its usual circle. She thought maybe he'd followed me. He hadn't. The campground wasn't massive. You could walk its length in under 15 minutes. Still, by the time we'd canvassed our loop, asking others if they'd seen a little boy on a red trike, panic was tightening everything inside me. I remember the wet ground, how our shoes left prints in the earth, soft and clear. But when we reached the narrow service road that curved behind the site where some of the older, more secluded campers parked, the prints vanished. Not just his. No prints. Like no one had passed through, which didn't make sense, given the storm 2 nights prior had left everything spongy. A child on a tricycle. There would have been marks. That afternoon, after rangers and then police arrived, we heard someone had spotted a white station wagon speeding away from the area, not long after Kurt vanished. No plates, no stickers, no one knew who it belonged to, and no one recalled it pulling into the campground before that morning. The search went wide fast. Volunteers, dogs, helicopters. The forest was raked in grids, but the mud told no stories. Even the dogs struggled. They'd catch a scent trail at the edge of our campsite, follow it to the woods, and then nothing. Just dead air. That same day, maybe 5 hours after he was last seen, someone found Kurt's trike. It wasn't hidden, wasn't mangled. It was just there, resting against a pile of discarded brush near the campground's trash drop, almost a mile away. No drag marks, no tire trail winding from where we'd last seen him, and no sign Kurt had made that journey himself. He would have had to cross uneven paths, dip into low gullies, ride through woods he feared so much he'd cry if we so much as walked too close to them. And yet, the trike was clean. Not spotless, but no more dirty than it had been that morning. No twigs caught in the wheels, no sap, no sign of distress. It looked like someone had picked it up and set it down there, just far enough to be off the usual path. We waited. We stayed longer than most would have, sleeping in the camper, hoping someone would find him or come forward. I remember my dad standing in the drizzle, silent, eyes fixed on the spot where the gravel met the trees, for hours. I remember my mom not unpacking any of Kurt's clothes from the duffel, like if she kept them folded and untouched, he'd come back and wear them again. People came and went. Deputies, reporters, locals who thought they'd seen something. A couple claimed to remember a man with dark glasses near the dump site the day before, but nothing solid ever came of it. No tire impressions we could trace. No fingerprints on the tricycle. No ransom call. No note. It was as if the earth had opened and swallowed him whole without so much as leaving a ripple. Every so often, someone would suggest he'd wandered off on his own. Kids are curious, they'd say. You'd be surprised how far they can get in a short time. But I knew Kurt. He didn't go near the woods. Even the idea of being alone out there made his lip tremble. There's no version of that morning where he pedals happily into trees that made him cry just a day earlier. It's been years. Decades now. I still visit that area sometimes. Not the campground, it closed after that summer, but the surrounding roads, the places where a white station wagon could have turned, disappeared. Every time I drive past, I scan the ditches, the tree line, some childish part of me still thinking I'll spot that red trike gleaming from the shadows. But all that's ever there is the wind, and the trees, and the sound of wheels that should have left a mark, but never did. It was the kind of cold that didn't bite, it just sank in. Got into your bones, slow and certain. We were up near Lily Pond Road, north woods of New York, where the trees lean close and the ground's always a little damp, even when it hasn't rained. I remember the quiet. That's the first thing that stuck out. The kind of silence that doesn't feel empty, but watchful. Tom Messick, my father-in-law, sat down where the hill leveled out into a pine hollow. He was 82, but he didn't act it. Still wore his old army jacket, patches faded from olive to ghost gray. Half blind in his left eye, could hardly hear from the right side, but still sharper than some men half his age. He couldn't cover ground like the rest of us. Not anymore. So we left him posted near the game trail, while the rest of us looped south around the ridge. It was late morning, sun breaking through in patches, wind brushing the canopy. No birds, no chipmunks darting. Just that odd, pressing quiet. At the time, I chalked it up to the season or our presence. We were 5 others, friends, family, all men who'd hunted together for years. We spread out like always, agreed to meet back at the truck by mid-afternoon. I didn't think about Tom again until I reached the rendezvous point and saw his spot still empty. We waited, gave him time. He sometimes napped or took longer getting back, especially if his knees locked up. But 30 minutes became an hour. Still nothing. No footsteps. No calls. Not even a crackle of leaves. We went back out and followed the route to where we'd left him. His folding stool was gone. So was the .22 he always carried. No drag marks. No dropped gear. No prints leading away. Just undisturbed pine needles and the faint depression of where the stool had been. It didn't make sense. He couldn't walk more than a few dozen yards without stopping. We covered the area in widening circles, yelled ourselves hoarse, checked the stream bed, the gullies, even the trees in case he'd somehow climbed or fallen into brush. That's when Kevin, my brother-in-law, stopped walking. He looked like he'd just bitten into ice. He said, "Did you hear that?" We all paused. Nothing. Then, I heard it too. A hollow thunk. Muffled but distinct, like a car door slamming shut, distant behind a layer of trees. A heavy mechanical clunk that had no business being in those woods. We were miles from any road. No paths, no tire tracks, nothing but roots and rocks. And we were all on foot. We moved toward the sound, spreading apart slightly to triangulate. No echo, no follow-up noise. Just that one mechanical punctuation mark in the quiet. We never found a source. The underbrush was untouched. No indentations, no scent of fuel or rubber. That night we slept at the cabin with the porch light on. Even the dogs were unsettled, pacing, growling low at the trees. We called the authorities the next morning. The search started with flashlights and hounds, then expanded to helicopters and teams, forest rangers, volunteers, state police. They combed 5 square miles. Not a trace, no clothing, no weapon, not even a wrapper or footprint. I talked to the officer who filed the report. He said Tom had no known enemies, no signs of wandering off, nothing in his medical history that would suggest a blackout or sudden confusion, and he'd been sitting still in one place. No way he could have run, no way he just disappeared without a sign. The official story stayed vague and conclusive, they said. The FBI came in for a day or two, didn't say much, asked a lot about who Tom knew, if he'd ever talked about going off the grid, or if he had military contacts still. I told them Tom hadn't left New York in years, spent most days fishing or watching game shows, didn't even have a cell phone. His wife still sets out a cup of coffee for him every morning. Black, no sugar, leaves it steaming by the window, says if he ever comes back he'll be cold and need it. Some nights when the wind drops low and the trees go still, I swear I can hear that thunk again, that hollow slam that doesn't belong, and I think about the stool print in the earth, how it sat there like a fossil, a reminder that something had once occupied that space. Something or someone took him and didn't leave a thing behind. It was supposed to be a quick, smart push, a maneuver we'd done dozens of times in seasons past. David broke left through the dense pine near the pond, stepping light and low, easing the deer toward John, and the rest of us waiting in a clearing half a mile east. The plan was simple. David was good at simple, quiet, focused. He always moved like he knew the land would remember him if he treated it wrong. I remember watching him go orange vest shifting through the branches, then gone behind a ridge of scrub. That was around midday. The rain had started a little before, nothing hard, just a light curtain that clicked against the leaves. We figured he'd loop south along the pond and swing back within the hour. John set up just beyond a narrow funnel where the deer always moved through. The rest of us kept low, watching and waiting. By 1, we started checking our radios. Nothing. No clicks, no chatter, no answer when John tried again. We figured he was just out of range, or maybe holding position somewhere quiet, letting something pass. Happens. 2 o'clock passed. The rain turned sharp and slanted. I remember that change in the light, how everything grayed out suddenly, like someone had twisted the sun behind a veil. Temperature dropped faster than I'd ever felt out there. 20 degrees in less than an hour. By late afternoon, that soft rain had turned into needle-thin snow. The trees began holding silence in their limbs. No movement, no tracks, just a sharp, unnatural stillness that settled fast. By 5, we circled back to the trucks. David's wasn't moved, still locked. His gear was still gone, which didn't mean much. He carried light, always did, but the silence was different now. Heavy. We waded into dark, built a fire, ate half-heartedly, tried the radios every 20 minutes. Nothing. John walked a few hundred yards back toward the ridge and started calling. His voice barely carried beyond the trees. By midnight, we were still there. It wasn't panic yet, not really, just a dull and growing unease that none of us said out loud. Cold had set in, deep, well below freezing now. We kept the fire burning high. No tracks, no signal, no movement in the brush. By morning, we knew we had to call it in. The search teams came fast. Helicopters, dogs, volunteers from town. Even the DNR brought in extra support. They started from the last known point, right where David veered toward the pond and swept wide in expanding loops. They combed the ridge. They ran the dogs along the water's edge. Planes flew grid patterns, low and slow. But the storm had come hard and early. Snow had wiped everything clean. By the second day, it had sealed the ground with a crust too thick for tracks. The wind cut through even the thickest brush, and David, he had just vanished. They brought in his daughter on day 3. I remember how calm she looked stepping out of the ranger's truck, eyes moving along the tree line like maybe she'd catch a flicker of orange, but she didn't cry. Not then, just stood there while the briefers went over the grid. They searched for 2 more days after that. Then they scaled back. They said it was the storm, that he must have fallen, maybe injured, and the sudden cold took him before he could signal. But David carried a beacon, a simple waterproof model clipped to his belt. If he'd gone down hard, it would have activated automatically, and if he'd had the strength to push the button himself, he would have. They never found it. No beacon, no rifle, no tracks, no sign of distress, no wildlife disturbed. Just the space he entered and never left. Sometimes I go back to that ridge, just to stand near where he broke the line. It's quiet there, not in a peaceful way. The air presses in like it remembers something it won't say. And the pond, it stays still year-round now. Not even ducks. We still don't talk much about it, but we don't hunt that stretch anymore either. Not since that day David walked off into the trees and never came back. It started like any other trip. My father, Robert Winters, had hunted those high ridges near Sparks Lake for decades. At 78, he moved slower, but his instincts were sharp, and the woods felt more like home to him than anywhere else. That morning, snow flurries had already begun to dust the trailheads as we parked by the tree line, me and my 2 brothers alongside him, rifles slung, boots already wet. He was in good spirits, cracking quiet jokes and fussing over whether we had enough thermals. We fanned out near the ridge by early afternoon, like we'd done a dozen times before. The plan was simple. Dad would stay on the lower trail and work his way west while we looped the upper flank, regrouping by dusk. But the wind picked up and the sky shifted fast. By late afternoon, snowfall thickened into a white curtain, killing visibility. We called it early and began working back to the meeting spot. My brothers arrived first. I was maybe 15 minutes behind, slipping down a muddy slope and losing my balance more than once. He never showed. At first, we weren't panicked. Dad sometimes lingered if he saw tracks, or wanted to double-check his path. But as dark fell and the wind screamed down the ridge, that calm bled into a gnawing edge. We huddled in the truck, calling his name into the blackness until our voices cracked. The next morning, search and rescue came up in droves. Helicopters circled. Dogs ran trails. Deputies took statements. The snow hadn't let up much, but they pressed higher, chasing every ridge, every stand of timber where a man might shelter. Then they found the prints. They were odd, shallow boot marks angled upward across an elevation Dad never would have aimed for. He knew better. We all did. That climb led nowhere. No game trails, no shelter, no reason to go there, especially not in a whiteout. But the prints were clean, direct, like he'd picked up his pace. Then they just stopped. The search lasted weeks. They brought in thermal drones, scoured maps, posted photos around Bend. Nothing. No broken limbs, no drag marks, not a scrap of fabric or blood or clue that told a story. The weather turned harsher in the weeks that followed, sealing everything in a hard white silence. 9 months later, a pair of hikers came across something tucked in a shallow clearing, about a mile off the trail. One boot, a glove, his glasses, and the rifle, resting upright against the base of a tree. All of it arranged in a near straight line, clean, untouched by weather, no signs of animal activity, no scuffs or scratches, no blood. When the deputies brought us in, I stared at those items like they might suddenly explain something. The glove was his. The glasses were intact, lenses clear, not even fogged over. The boot looked like it had been placed deliberately, not dropped. His old .270 was oiled, bolt closed, safety on, and there was nothing else. It wasn't until the following summer, during another sweep of that same area, that a deputy found the dentures tucked between two stones beneath a patch of moss, maybe 30 feet from the rifle. Not broken, just sitting there, like someone had removed them with care. I didn't go back to Sparks Lake after that. There was no trace of struggle, no remains, no answers, just the cold hush of snow and the steady weight of objects that should have told us more than they did. We still don't know why he separated from us, or what made him climb higher instead of circling back, or why, months later, his belongings would appear without wear, almost arranged like someone had returned them intentionally. There's a silence to that ridge that I can still hear when I lie awake, a quiet that feels watched, not menacing, just aware, and every so often I dream of him standing by that tree, one hand on the rifle looking back toward the slope, as if he sees something none of us ever will. The sun was high when I saw him last. He was a few switchbacks above me, pausing just long enough to scan the ridgeline. I recognized the bright blue fleece from earlier at the summit. He'd been alone then too, hunched over his notepad, the kind of academic who didn't stop thinking just because the trail got steep. A math professor, someone later said, an enthusiast, not a novice, but none of us could have guessed he'd vanish by nightfall. I had arrived at the summit maybe 20 minutes after he left. There weren't many of us up there, just two couples, one solo hiker and me. The weather was holding steady, a thin blanket of clouds stretching over the far ridges, but no sign of the mess that was coming. If I'd known, I might have turned back early. By late afternoon, I was sipping coffee from a thermos in my car when I noticed his sedan still parked a few slots down. I didn't think much of it then. Plenty of folks linger, but by morning it was still there, dewed over and unmoved. The Rangers took it seriously right away. He hadn't signed out, hadn't called home. His wife, Danning Zoo, reported him missing the following evening when he failed to check in. From what they gathered, he'd intended only a short day hike, just enough to clear his head before the semester started. No overnight gear, no tent, just a light pack and that ever-present notebook. Search crews fanned out across the Three Sisters wilderness. Helicopters swept low over the glacial bowls. Dogs worked the lower drainages. I volunteered too. Once you see someone out there, however briefly, it becomes hard to forget. We found almost nothing. 3 days in, a search team came across a torn fragment of a trail book. Pages peeled open like petals, lodged in a narrow, debris-choked ravine. It wasn't waterproof. The ink ran. They matched a few scribbled notations to similar markings in his home office journal. Equations, route times, marginalia that only made sense to him. They think he tried to descend through a shortcut, misjudged the drainage. The weather turned that night. Rain first hard and fast, then snow above 5,000 feet, the kind that comes out of season, unexpected, like it had been waiting for someone to get lost. Helicopters grounded, ground crews pulled back, visibility collapsed. They called the search off the next day. I don't think anyone believed he was still alive by then. Even the Rangers admitted it quietly, around the fire, after the last sweep, not with what he had or didn't have. No sleeping bag, no thermal layers, not in that terrain, but here's what keeps me up. I was near that ravine 2 days before the page was found. I didn't go down into it. It looked steep, unstable, like the kind of place a person could slide into and not get out. But I paused there, Something smelled faintly off. Not decay, just old water and torn moss. Like something had been disturbed and then settled again. I mentioned it later, but they'd already combed that sector. Maybe they missed him. Maybe the runoff carried him deeper. Or maybe he never reached that spot at all. The torn page could have blown in, lodged from above. We'll never know. Damming came out during the final week. She stood at the trailhead with a photo of them together, laminated against the rain. No crying, no begging, just waiting. I watched her for nearly an hour. She faced the trees like she was expecting him to come walking out, still making calculations in the air with one finger, muttering about wind speeds or elevation change. When she finally left, she pressed the photo into the kiosk glass. I think it's still there, faded behind the notices and maps. It's strange how someone can disappear that completely. I've hiked that range dozens of times since, but never alone. Never without layers, flares, 2 forms of GPS. And still, every time I pass that drainage, I find myself slowing down, scanning the rocks below, half waiting for blue fleece to catch the light, and half hoping I don't see it. I first met Dr. James McGrogan at the base of the Booth Falls Trail near Vale. It was early morning, crisp with that hard kind of chill that clings to you even when the sun's up. He was easy to pick out, tall, lean, gear pristine, the kind of man who looked like he belonged in a Patagonia catalog. You could tell he wasn't new to this. The rest of us had scuffed boots and secondhand packs. He looked like his pack had a checklist and everything inside had passed inspection. There were 5 of us that morning. The plan was straightforward. Hike out together, hit the summit by midday, and be back down before nightfall. Snow blanketed most of the trail, but the sky was clear and blue, and we had GPS units to keep us honest. The cold stung a bit sharper at higher elevation, but nothing unexpected. We were all in good shape, and James, being a doctor and a seasoned hiker, gave off this calm, assured energy that had us all feeling a little safer just being around him. About an hour in, James started to drift ahead. Not out of arrogance, he just moved differently. Efficient. He kept a steady pace that pulled him out in front, and after a while we lost sight of him around a bend. Nobody worried. It wasn't uncommon for hikers to spread out a bit on the trail. He had his GPS, he had his phone, and he knew this terrain better than most. That was the last we saw of him. We expected to catch up at the ridge or the clearing near the halfway point. When we didn't, someone joked that he'd probably already finished the hike and was back at the lodge sipping something warm. But when we got back down and checked, there was no sign of him. His car was still in the lot. By nightfall, the joke stopped. Search and rescue teams mobilized fast. Helicopters swept the range by the next morning, slicing through the thin air above the tree line. They brought in dogs, drones, even infrared equipment. The weather stayed cold but clear, which helped. But no tracks, no calls, nothing. The snow made it worse. Even a seasoned hiker could lose direction when everything looked like a blank sheet underfoot. 4 days later, they found him. He was nearly 5 miles from where he'd separated from us, well off the trail in a rocky wooded area where the terrain turned mean. The place was a mess of snow-covered brush and steep ledges. No sane person would cut through there, unless they were lost or running from something. But what hit everyone hardest were the details they couldn't explain. James wasn't wearing his boots. They were gone, just gone. No footprints leading away, no sign he'd tried to dig in or shelter. He was found lying supine in the snow, clothes intact, but his feet bare, red with frost and curled like he'd died mid-step. The med team said there were signs of hypothermia, but no major trauma, no animal attacks, no falls from height, and then there was the pack. His backpack was zipped, resting nearby, like he'd set it down deliberately. Inside, his cell phone and GPS tracker were fully functional. Not waterlogged, not dead battery, charged, signal ready. There was no attempt to call out, no SOS triggered, not even a location ping. That haunted the rescue team more than anything else. He could have made a call, sent a ping, even a garbled one, but nothing ever left the device. Theories started flying, like they always do. Some said he got disoriented from altitude sickness. Others guessed a sudden psychotic break, though there was no history of that, and the conditions didn't really line up. Some leaned into the local legends, things people talk about in hushed tones near campfires. Strange lights, eerie silences in the woods, that creeping sensation of not being alone out there. But those are just stories. What I remember most is the way the snow muted everything that day. We went back to where he was found. A few of us returned with one of the rangers. Just a kind of personal closure, I guess. It was eerily still. You could hear the fabric of your coat rustle when you moved. I knelt near the spot where they marked the location. No boot prints around it, just crusted over snow and pine needles like a clean slate. I kept thinking about that backpack. Why he wouldn't have used it. Why he left the trail so far behind. I remember touching the ground where they found him, my gloves sinking just slightly into the ice-packed snow. Cold bit through the layers, but it wasn't just the temperature. It felt like standing at the edge of something that didn't want to be seen. Like the woods had closed in after he passed through, and never opened again. Nobody had any answers. The coroner ruled it accidental hypothermia. The file closed quietly, but I still hike sometimes. Alone. Not often. Never in the snow. And never without looking back every so often, just to make sure I'm not the one who vanishes next. My name's John Warner. I've been hunting for over 20 years, mostly whitetail, mostly in state-managed forests across the Midwest. You develop a rhythm in the woods after that long. You learn the land, how sound moves, how animals respond, and most importantly, how to work with a partner. The last time I hunted with David Lee Peltier, it was a clear midday in late October. Perfect conditions. The plan was simple. I'd take position on a high bluff that overlooked a shallow pond, and David would circle around to the opposite side. The goal was to have him move slowly, flush out any deer hiding in the tall reeds or underbrush, and push them in my direction. We'd done this sort of maneuver a dozen times in similar terrain. It was routine. We parked the truck around 11 a.m., went over the plan one more time, and set our radios just in case we needed them, but we usually didn't. Visual cues, the occasional whistle that was our style. I climbed to the bluff while David disappeared down the deer trail toward the pond. From where I stood, I had a perfect vantage. Trees on three sides, pond below, and a 180-degree view of anything moving in the open, but nothing moved. Not after 5 minutes, not after 20. No birds, no rustling, no deer, no David. I stayed quiet. Still, expecting to hear the usual sounds of someone working their way through the brush. A snapped wig, a crunch of boots, a flash of blaze orange between tree trunks. But there was nothing. The forest felt hushed, too hushed, like it was holding its breath. Eventually I whispered into the radio, "Dave, you on your way through?" No answer. I waited another 15 minutes, then tried again. Still nothing. I walked down from the bluff and circled the edge of the pond toward where David was supposed to have entered. His boot prints were clear in the damp earth leading into the thicket, but not out. Fine, I followed them about 100 yards into the trees. The tracks got lighter as the ground dried, and then they just stopped. Not faded, not turned around, just ended. As if David had lifted straight off the ground. I called his name. Shouted, fired around into the air. No bird startled, no deer bounded, and no answer came. We searched for days. Helicopters, dogs, rangers, nothing. They said maybe he fell in the pond and drowned, but the water was barely 4 feet deep in the center, and we'd scoured it. They said maybe he ran off, had a stroke, wandered off, got lost. But I know that forest like I know the back of my hand, and so did David. He just never came out of those woods. And the strangest part, on the walk back to the truck that day, after I finally gave up, I saw another set of boot prints in the mud near mine, not David's. Too large, too deep. and they stopped just short of where I'd been standing on the bluff, watching. I was about halfway through my winter break when I decided to ski out alone, along the edge of Lake Michigan. The snow had come in heavy that week, but the skies were clear that night, cold, dry, and full of stars. It was just past 9 when I left the cabin, strapped into my skis, and cut out toward the open ice. I'd done it dozens of times before. Cross-country skiing clears my head. You get into a rhythm out there. Crunch, glide, and time folds in on itself. The forest was behind me in minutes. All that lay ahead was the vast frozen lake, smooth and silver beneath the moonlight. I followed the shoreline east, keeping close enough to the tree line to orient myself. A mile or so out, I veered toward the lake's center. I knew the ice was thick enough. Locals said it could hold a truck. About 200 yards in, I stopped to adjust my pack. The wind was whispering across the ice. I remember how utterly still everything was. No movement, no sound except the low rasp of my own breathing. Then I saw them. Footprints, not ski tracks. Bare boots, leading straight out onto the ice. They were angled slightly to the left of where I stood, pacing wide and slow. I counted maybe a dozen before my own skis crossed them. I followed the line with my eyes. The prints went on for about 200 yards more, and then just stopped. No scuffle, no cracks, no hole in the ice. Just a sudden abrupt end. I stood there a long time, blinking into the darkness, trying to reason it out. Maybe the snow had drifted over the rest. But there was no wind-carved edge, no sign of recent movement at all. The snow was too light and dry to cover anything without leaving trace. I moved closer, knelt beside the last print. It was clean, deep, the heel cut straight, toes evenly placed. Whatever made it was walking calmly, not running, not limping. And then, the hair on my arms went up. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the lake, empty in every direction. Just stars above and that soundless expanse around me, still kneeling. I pulled out my flashlight and aimed it across the ice. Nothing, not a shadow, no sign of cracks or weakness. I panned toward the shoreline. Trees like black spires, no movement there either. I stood and skied a wide loop around the final print. 15 feet out, I crouched again, pressing my glove flat against the surface. Solid, ice all the way down. The tracks didn't double back, didn't veer off. I checked again, skied in overlapping circles, widening them each time. I spent nearly an hour, tracing and retracing that stretch. My own ski marks crisscrossed into a mess of lines by the end, but I found nothing else. No other footprints, no gear, no disturbance at all. Eventually, I made my way back to the cabin. I couldn't sleep. I kept picturing that last boot print, perfectly formed, its edges sharp like it had just been made. The next morning, I returned with 2 local rangers. We searched the area again, more thoroughly this time. We found the same prints, the same ending. They marked the area, flagged it off, and called in divers. No body, no break in the ice, not a single sign that anything had fallen through. The lake stayed frozen solid. They ran sonar, nothing below. For weeks the story floated around town. Theories spun out, disorientation, a prank, suicide, even strange ice formations that could somehow collapse and refreeze. But none of them held. Not really. The man, Stephen Kubacki, was presumed dead. A college student had gone out skiing and vanished. His car was found parked near the shore. His gear was all there. No note, no goodbye, just those tracks. A year and a half later, I saw his name in a paper. He was back. Walked into his parents' house in Massachusetts, like nothing had happened. Said he didn't remember where he'd been. No details, no explanation. Just woke up one day in a field, over 700 miles from where he disappeared. I never went back out on the lake alone again. Sometimes I still dream of that frozen stretch, the neat lines of those prints leading nowhere, and the way they just stopped without a reason, without a sound.